Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime, Disc 4.
And then I looked at the wall on the opposite side of the little passage down the side of Mrs. Shear's house where I was sitting, and there was the circular lid of a very old metal pan leaning against the wall, and it was covered in rust, and it looked like the surface of a planet, because the rust was shaped like countries and continents and islands. And then I thought how I could never be an astronaut, because being an astronaut meant being hundreds of thousands of miles away from home, and my home was in London now, and that was about 100 miles away, which was more than 1,000 times nearer than my home would be if I was in space, and thinking about this made me hurt. Like when I fell over in the grass at the edge of a playground once, and I cut my knee on a piece of broken bottle that someone had thrown over the wall, and I sliced a flap of skin off, and Mr. Davis had to clean the flesh under the flap with disinfectant to get the germs and the dirt out, and it hurt so much I cried. But this hurt was inside my head, and it made me sad to think that I could never become an astronaut. And then I thought that I had to be like Sherlock Holmes, and I had to detach my mind at will to a remarkable degree, so that I didn't notice how much it was hurting inside my head. And then I thought I would need money if I was going to go to London, and I would need food to eat because it was a long journey and I wouldn't know where to get food from. And then I thought I would need someone to look after Toby when I went to London because I couldn't take him with me. And then I formulated a plan, and that made me feel better because there was something inside my head that had an order and a pattern, and I just had to follow the instructions one after the other. I stood up and I made sure there was no one in the street. Then I went to Mrs. Alexander's house, which is next door to Mrs. Shear's house, and I knocked on the door. Then Mrs. Alexander opened the door and she said, "Christopher, what on earth has happened to you?" And I said, "Can you look after Toby for me?" And she said, "Who's Toby?" And I said, "Toby's my pet rat." Then Mrs. Alexander said, Oh, yes, I remember now. You told me." Then I held Toby's cage up and said, "This is him." Mrs. Alexander took a step backwards into her hallway, and I said, "He eats special pellets, and you can buy them from a pet shop, but he also eats biscuits and carrots and bread and chicken bones. But you mustn't give him chocolate, because it's got caffeine and theobromine in, which are methylxanthines, and it's poisonous for rats in large quantities. And he needs new water in his bottle every day too. And he won't mind being in someone else's house because he's an animal. And he likes to come out of his cage, but it doesn't matter if you don't take him out." Then Mrs. Alexander said, "Why do you need someone to look after Toby, Christopher?" And I said, "I'm going to London." And she said, "How long are you going for?" And I said, "University." London's a long way away, and I don't want to take him on the train because I might lose him. And Mrs. Alexander said, "Right." And then she said, "Are you and your father moving house?" And I said, "No." And she said, "So why are you going to London?" And I said, "I'm going to live with Mother." And she said, "I thought you told me your mother was dead." And I said, "I thought she was dead, but she was still alive, and Father lied to me. And also, he said he killed Wellington." And Mrs. Alexander said, "Oh my goodness." And I said, "I'm going to live with my mother because Father killed Wellington and he lied, and I'm frightened of being in the house with him." And Mrs. Alexander said, "Is your mother here?" And I said, "No, Mother is in London." And she said, "So you're going to London on your own?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Look, Christopher, why don't you come inside and sit down and we can talk about this and work out what's the best thing to do?" And I said, "No, I can't come inside. Will you look after Toby for me?" And she said, "I really don't think that would be a good idea, Christopher." And I didn't say anything. And she said, "Where's your father at the moment, Christopher?" And I said, "I don't know." And she said, "Well, perhaps we should try and give him a ring and see if we can get in touch with him. I'm sure he's worried about you, and I'm sure that there's been some dreadful misunderstanding." So I turned round and I ran across the road back to our house. And I didn't look before I crossed the road, and the yellow Mini had to stop, and the tyres squealed on the road. And I ran down the side of the house and back through the garden gate, and I bolted it behind me. I tried to open the kitchen door, but it was locked, so I picked up a brick that was lying on the ground, and I smashed it through the window, and the glass shattered everywhere. Then I put my arm through the broken glass, and I opened the door from the inside. I went into the house, and I put Toby down on the kitchen table. Then I ran upstairs, and I grabbed my school bag, and I put some food for Toby in it, and some of my maths books, and some clean pants, and a vest, and a clean shirt. Then I came downstairs, and I opened the fridge, and I put a carton of orange juice into my bag, and a bottle of milk that hadn't been opened. And I took 2 more clementines, and 2 tins of baked beans and a packet of custard creams from the cupboard, and I put them in my bag as well, because I could open them with the can opener on my Swiss Army knife. Then I looked at the surface next to the sink, and I saw Father's mobile phone, and his wallet, and his address book, and I felt my skin cold under my clothes, like Dr. Watson in The Sign of the Fall, when he sees the tiny footsteps of Tonga, the Andaman Islander, on the roof of Bartholomew Sholto's house in Norwood, because I thought Father had come back, and he was in the house, and the pain in my head got much worse. But then I rewound the pictures in my memory, and I saw that his van wasn't parked outside the house, so he must have left his mobile phone and his wallet and his address book when he left the house. And I picked up his wallet, and I took his bank card out, because that was how I could get money, because the card has a PIN number, which is the secret code which you put into the machine at the bank to get money out. And Father hadn't written it down in a safe place, which is what you're meant to do, but he had told me, because he said I'd never forget it. And it was 3558, and I put the card into my pocket. Then I took Toby out of his cage and put him into the pocket of one of my coats, because the cage was very heavy to carry all the way to London. And then I went out of the kitchen door into the garden. I went out through the garden gate, and I made sure there wasn't anyone watching, and then I started walking towards the school, because that was a direction I knew. The school, I could not. I would have got more and more frightened if I was walking to school, because I had never done it before. But I was frightened in 2 different ways. And one way was being frightened of being far away from a place I was used to, and the other was being frightened of being near where Father lived. And they were in inverse proportion to one another, so that the total fear remained a constant as I got further away from home and further away from Father. Like this. Fear, total, is almost equal to fear, new place, times fear, near Father, is almost equal to constant. It takes 19 minutes for the bus to get to school from our house, but it took me 47 minutes to walk the same distance, so I was very tired when I got there, and I hoped that I could stay at school for a little while and have some biscuits and some orange juice before I went to the train station. But I couldn't, because when I got to the school, I saw that Father's van was parked outside in the car park. And I knew it was his van, because it said Ed Boone, Heating, Maintenance and Boiler Repair on the side with a crossed spanners sign. And when I saw the van, I was sick again. But I knew I was going to be sick this time, so I didn't sick all over myself, and I was just sick onto the wall and the pavement, and there wasn't very much sick, because I hadn't eaten much. And when I had been sick, I wanted to curl up on the ground and do groaning. But I knew that if I curled up on the ground and did groaning, then Father would come out of the school, and he'd see me, and he'd catch me and take me home. So I took lots of deep breaths, like Siobhan says I have to do if someone hits me at school, and I counted 50 breaths, and I concentrated very hard on the numbers, and I did their cubes as I said them, and that made the hurt less painful. And then I cleaned the sick away from my mouth, and I made a decision that I would have to find out how to get to the train station, and I would do this by asking someone. And it would be a lady, because when they talk to us about stranger danger at school, they say that if a man comes up to you and talks to you and you feel frightened, you should call out and find a lady to run to, because ladies are safer. So I got out my Swiss Army knife, and I flipped out the saw blade, and I held it tightly in the pocket that Toby wasn't in, so that I could stab someone if they grabbed hold of me. And then I saw a lady on the other side of the street with a baby in a pushchair and a little boy with a toy elephant, so I decided to ask her. And this time I looked left and right and left again so that I wouldn't be run over by a car, and I crossed the road. And I said to the lady, "Where can I buy a map?" And she said, "Pardon?" And I said, "Where can I buy a map?" And I could feel the hand that was holding the knife shaking, even though I wasn't shaking it. And she said, "Patrick, put that down, it's dirty. A map of where?" And I said, "A map of here." And she said, "I don't know." And then she said, "Where do you want to get to?" And I said, "I'm going to the train station." And she laughed and she said, "You don't need a map to get to the train station." And I said, "I do, because I don't know where the train station is." And she said, "You can see it from here." And I said, "No, I can't. And also, I need to know where there is a cash machine." And she pointed and said, "There, that building says Signal Point on the top. There's a British Rail sign on the other end. The station's at the bottom of that." Patrick, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, don't pick things off the pavement and stick them in your mouth. And I looked, and I could see a building with writing at the top, but it was a long way away, so it was hard to read. And I said, "Do you mean that stripy building with the horizontal windows?" And she said, "That's the one." And I said, "How do I get to that building?" And she said, "Gordon Bennett." And then she said, "Follow that bus." And she pointed to a bus that was going past. So I started to run. But buses go really fast, and I had to make sure that Toby didn't fall out of my pocket. But I managed to keep running after the bus for a long way, and I crossed 6 side roads before it turned down another street and I couldn't see it anymore. And then I stopped running because I was breathing really hard and my legs hurt. And I was in a street with lots of shops. And I remember being in this street when I went shopping with Mother. And there were lots of people in the street doing their shopping, but I didn't want them to touch me, so I walked at the edge of the road. And I didn't like all the people being near me, and all the noise, because it was too much information in my head, and it made it hard to think, like they were shouting in my head. So I put my hands over my ears, and I groaned very quietly. And then I noticed that I could still see the railway sign that the lady had pointed at, so I kept on walking towards it. And then I couldn't see the railway sign anymore, and I had forgotten to remember where it was, and this was frightening, because I was lost, and because I don't forget things. And normally I'd make a map in my head, and I'd follow the map, and I'd be a little cross on the map that showed where I was, but there was too much interference in my head, and this had made me confused. So I stood under the green and white canvas roof outside a greengrocer's shop, where there were carrots and onions and parsnips and broccoli in boxes that had a plastic furry green carpet in them, and I made a plan. I knew that the train station was somewhere near, and if something is nearby, you can find it by moving in a spiral, walking clockwise and taking every right turn until you come back to a road you've already walked on, then taking the next left, then taking every right, and so on. And that was how I found the train station, and I concentrated really hard on following the rules and making a map of the centre of the town in my head as I walked, and that way it was easier to ignore all the people and all the noise around me. And then I went into the train station. Chapter 181. I see everything. That's why I don't like new places. If I'm in a place I know, like home or school or the bus or the shop or the street. I've seen almost everything in it beforehand, and all I have to do is look at the things that have changed or moved. For example, one week the Shakespeare's Globe poster had fallen down in the classroom at school, and you could tell because it had been put back slightly to the right, and there were 3 little circles of blue tack stain on the wall down the left-hand side of the poster. And the next day someone had graffitied Crow Aptop to lamppost 437 in our street, which is the one outside number 35. But most people are lazy. They never look at everything. They do what is called glancing, which is the same word for bumping off something and carrying on in almost the same direction. For example, when a snooker ball glances off another snooker ball. And the information in there, Paul, if they're in the countryside, it might be 1. I'm standing in a field that is full of grass. 2. There are some cows in the fields. 3. It's sunny with a few clouds. 4. There are some flowers in the grass. 5. There's a village in the distance. 6. There's a fence at the edge of the field and it has a gate in. And then they'd stop noticing anything because they'd be thinking something else like, oh, it's very beautiful here, or I'm worried that I might have left the gas cooker on, or I wonder if Julie has given birth yet. This is really true because I asked Siobhan what people thought about when they looked at things, and that's what she said. But if I'm standing in a field in the countryside, I notice everything. For example, I remember standing in a field on Thursday, 15th June 1994, because Father and Mother and I were driving to Dover to get a ferry to France, and we did what Father called taking the scenic route, which means going by little roads and stopping for lunch in a pub garden. And I had to stop to go for a wee, and I went into a field with cows in, and after I'd had a wee, I stopped and looked at the field, and I noticed these things. 1. There are 19 cows in the field, 15 of which are black and white, and 4 of which are brown and white. 2. There's a village in the distance which has 31 visible houses and a church with a square tower and not a spire. 3. There are ridges in the field, which means that in medieval times it was what's called a ridge and furrow field, and people who lived in the village would have a ridge each to do farming on. 4. There's an old plastic bag from Asda in the hedge, and a squashed Coca-Cola can with a snail on, and a long piece of orange string. 5. The northeast corner of the field is highest, and the southwest corner is lowest. I had a compass because we were going on holiday, and I wanted to know where Swindon was when we got in France. And the field is folded downwards slightly along the line between these two corners, so that the northwest and southeast corners are slightly lower than they would be if the field was a flat inclined plane. 6. I can see 3 different types of grass and 2 colours of flowers in the grass. 7. The cows are mostly facing uphill. And there were 31 more things in this list of things I noticed, but Siobhan said I didn't need to write them all down. And it means that it's very tiring if I'm in a new place, because I see all these things. And if someone asked me afterwards what the cows looked like, I could ask which one, and I could do a drawing of them at home and say that a particular cow had particular patterns on it. And I realised that I told a lie in chapter 13 because I said I cannot tell jokes. Because I do know 3 jokes that I can tell and I understand, and one of them's about a cow. And Siobhan said I didn't have to go back and change what I wrote in chapter 13 because it doesn't matter, because it's not a lie, just a clarification. And this is the joke. There are 3 men on a train. One of them is an economist, and one of them is a logician, and one of them is a mathematician. And they've just crossed the border into Scotland. I don't know why they're going to Scotland. And they see a brown cow standing in a field from the window of the train, and the cow is standing parallel to the train. And the economist says, "Look, the cows in Scotland are brown." And the logician says, "No, there are cows in Scotland of which one, at least, is brown. And the mathematician says, no, there is at least one cow in Scotland, of which one side appears to be brown. And it's funny, because economists are not real scientists, and because logicians think more clearly, but mathematicians are best. And when I'm in a new place, because I see everything, it's like when a computer is doing too many things at the same time, and the central processor unit is blocked up, and there isn't any space left to think about other things. And when I'm in a new place, and there are lots of people there, it's even harder, because people are not like cows and flowers and grass, and they can talk to you and do things that you don't expect, so you have to notice everything that is in the place, and also you have to notice things that might happen as well. And sometimes, when I'm in a new place and there are lots of people there, it's like a computer crashing, and I have to close my eyes and put my hands over my ears and groan, which is like pressing Control-Alt-Delete and shutting down programs and turning the computer off and rebooting, so that I can remember what I'm doing and where I'm meant to be going. And that's why I'm good at chess and maths and logic, because most people are almost blind, and they don't see most things, and there's lots of spare capacity in their heads, and it's filled with things which aren't connected and are silly, like, I'm worried that I might have left the gas cooker on. Chapter 191. My train set had a little building that was 2 rooms with a corridor between them, and one was the ticket office where you bought the tickets, and one was a waiting room where you waited for the train. But the train station in Swindon wasn't like that. It was a tunnel and some stairs and a shop and a cafe and a waiting room. And it was like standing on a cliff in a really strong wind, because it made me feel giddy and sick, because there were lots of people walking into and out of the tunnel, and it was really echoey, and there was only one way to go, and that was down the tunnel, and it smelled of toilets and cigarettes. So I stood against the wall and held onto the edge of a sign that said, "Customers seeking access to car park, please use assistance phone opposite, right of the ticket office," to make sure that I didn't fall over and go into a crouch on the ground. And I wanted to go home. I was frightened of going home, and I tried to make a plan of what I should do in my head, but there were too many things to look at and too many things to hear. So I put my hands over my ears to block out the noise and think. And I thought that I had to stay in the station to get on a train, and I had to sit down somewhere, and there was nowhere to sit down near the door of the station, so I had to walk down the tunnel. So I said to myself, in my head, not out loud, I will walk down the tunnel, and there might be somewhere I can sit down, and then I can shut my eyes and I can think. And I walked down the tunnel, trying to concentrate on the sign at the end of the tunnel that said, "Warning, CCTV in operation." And it was like stepping off the cliff onto a tightrope. And eventually I got to the end of the tunnel, and there were some stairs, and I went up the stairs, and there were still lots of people, and I groaned, and there was a shop at the top of the stairs, and a room with chairs in, but there were too many people in the room with chairs in, so I walked past it. And there were signs saying, "Great Western," and "Cold beers and lagers," and "Caution, wet floor," and "Your 50p will keep a premature baby alive for 1.8 seconds," and "Transforming travel," and "Refreshingly different," and "It's delicious, it's creamy, and it's only £1.30 hot choc deluxe," and 0870-777-7676, and "The Lemon Tree," and "No smoking," and "Fine teas." And there were some little tables with chairs next to them, and no one was sitting at one of the tables, and it was in a corner. And I sat down on one of the chairs next to it, and I closed my eyes. And I put my hands in my pockets, and Toby climbed into my hand, and I gave him 2 pellets of rat food from my bag, and I gripped the Swiss Army knife in the other hand, and I groaned to cover up the noise, because I had taken my hands off my ears, but not so loud that other people would hear me groaning and come and talk to me. And then I tried to think about what I had to do, but I couldn't think because there were too many other things in my head. So I did a maths problem to make my head clearer. And the maths problem that I did was called Conway's Soldiers. And in Conway's Soldiers, you have a chessboard that continues infinitely in all directions, and every square below a horizontal line has a coloured tile on it. And you can move a coloured tile only if you can jump over a coloured tile, horizontally or vertically, but not diagonally, into an empty square 2 squares away. And when you move a coloured tile in this way, you have to remove the coloured tile that it jumped over. And you have to see how far you get the coloured tiles above the starting horizontal line. And I know what the answer is, because however you move the coloured tiles, you'll never get a coloured tile more than 4 squares above the starting horizontal line. But it is a good maths problem to do in your head when you don't want to think about something else, because you can make it as complicated as you need to fill your brain by making the board as big as you want and the moves as complicated as you want. And then I looked up and saw that there was a policeman standing in front of me, and he was saying, "Anyone at home?" But I didn't know what that meant. And then he said, "Are you all right, young man?" I looked at him, and I thought for a bit so that I'd answer the question correctly, and I said, "No." And he said, "You're looking a bit worse for wear." He had a gold ring on one of his fingers, and it had curly letters on it, but I couldn't see what the letters were. Then he said, "The lady at the cafe says you've been here for 2.5 hours, and when she tried talking to you, you were in a complete trance." Then he said, "What's your name?" And I said, "Christopher Boone." And he said, "Where do you live?" And I said, 36 Randolph Street. And I started feeling better, because I like policemen, and it was an easy question. And I wondered whether I should tell him that Father killed Wellington and whether he would arrest Father. And he said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I needed to sit down and be quiet and think." And he said, "Okay, let's keep it simple. What are you doing at the railway station?" And I said, "I'm going to see Mother." And he said, "Mother?" And I said, "Yes, Mother." And he said, "When's your train?" And I said, "I don't know. She lives in London. I don't know when there's a train to London." And he said, "So you don't live with your mother?" And I said, "No, but I'm going to." And then he sat down next to me and said, "So, where does your mother live?" And I said, "In London." And he said, "Yes, but where in London?" And I said, 451C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG. And he said, "Jesus, what's that?" And I looked down and I said, "That's my pet rat, Toby," because he was looking out of my pocket at the policeman. And the policeman said, "A pet rat?" And I said, "Yes, a pet rat. He's very clean and he hasn't got bubonic plague." And the policeman said, "Well, that's reassuring." And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Have you got a ticket?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Have you got any money to get a ticket?" And I said, "No." And he said, "So how precisely were you going to get to London then?" And then I didn't know what to say, because I had Father's cash point card in my pocket, and it was illegal to steal things, but he was a policeman, so I had to tell the truth. So I said, "I have a cash point card," and I took it out of my pocket and showed it to him, and this was a white lie. But the policeman said, "Is this your card?" And then I thought he might arrest me, so I said, "No, it's Father's." And he said, "Father's?" And I said, "Yes, Father's." And he said, "Okay." But he said it really slowly, and he squeezed his nose between his thumb and his forefinger. And I said, "He told me the number," which was another white lie. And he said, "Why don't you and I take a stroll to the cash point machine, eh?" And I said, "You mustn't touch me." And he said, "Why would I want to touch you?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "Well, neither do I." And I said, "Because I got a caution for hitting a policeman, and I didn't mean to hurt him, and if I do it again, I'll get into even bigger trouble." And then he looked at me and he said, "You're serious, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "You lead the way." And I said, "Where?" And he said, "Back by the ticket office." And he pointed with his thumb. And then we walked back through the tunnel, but it wasn't so frightening this time because there was a policeman with me. And I put the cash point card into the machine like Father had let me do sometimes when we were shopping together, and it said, "Enter your personal number." And I typed in 3558 and pressed the enter button, and the machine said, "Please enter an amount." And there was a choice. £10, £20, £50, £100. Other amount, multiples of 10 only. And I asked the policeman, "How much does it cost to get a ticket for a train to London?" And he said, "About 20 quid. And I said, "Is that pounds?" And he said, "Christ alive!" And he laughed. But I didn't laugh, because I don't like people laughing at me, even if they are policemen. And he stopped laughing and he said, "Yeah, it's £20. So I pressed 50, and 5 £10 notes came out of the machine, and a receipt, and I put the notes and the receipt and the card into my pocket. And the policeman said, "Well, I guess I shouldn't keep you chatting any longer." And I said, "Where do I get a ticket for the train from? Because if you're lost and you need directions, you can ask a policeman." And he said, "You are a prize specimen, aren't you?" And I said, "Where do I get a ticket for the train from?" Because he hadn't answered my question. And he said, "In there." And he pointed, and there was a big room with a glass window on the other side of the train station door. And then he said, "Now, are you sure you know what you're doing?" And I said, "Yes, I'm going to London to live with my mother." And he said, "Has your mother got a telephone number?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "And can you tell me what it is?" And I said, "Yes, it's 0208 887 8907. And he said, "And you'll ring her if you get into any trouble, okay?" And I said, "Yes, because I knew you could ring people from phone boxes if you had money, and I had money now." And he said, "Good." And I walked into the ticket office, and I turned round, and I could see that the policeman was still watching me, so I felt safe. And there was a long desk at the other side of the big room, and a window on the desk, and there was a man standing in front of the window, and there was a man behind the window. And I said to the man behind the window, "I want to go to London." And the man in front of the window said, "If you don't mind." And he turned round so that his back was towards me. And the man behind the window gave him a little bit of paper to sign, and he signed it and pushed it back under the window. And the man behind the window gave him a ticket. And then the man in front of the window looked at me and he said, "What the fuck are you looking at?" And then he walked away. And he had dreadlocks, which is what some black people have, but he was white. And dreadlocks is when you never wash your hair and it looks like old rope. And he had red trousers with stars on, and I kept my hand on my Swiss Army knife in case he touched me. And then there was no one else in front of the window, and I said to the man behind the window, "I want to go to London." And I hadn't been frightened when I was with the policeman, but I turned round and I saw that he had gone now, and I was scared again. So I tried to pretend I was playing a game on my computer, and it was called Train to London, and it was like Myst or the 11th Hour, and you had to solve lots of different problems to get to the next level, and I could turn it off at any time. And the man said, "Single or return?" And I said, "What does single or return mean?" And he said, "Do you want to go one way, or do you want to go and come back?" And I said, "I want to stay there when I get there." And he said, "For how long?" And I said, "Until I go to university." And he said, "Single then?" And then he said, "That will be £17. And I gave him the £50, and he gave me 30 back and said, "Don't you go throwing it away." And then he gave me a little yellow and orange ticket and £3 in coins, and I put it all in my pocket with my knife. And I didn't like the ticket being half yellow, but I had to keep it because it was my train ticket. And then he said, "If you could move away from the counter." And I said, "When is the train to London?" And he looked at his watch and he said, "Platform 1, 5 minutes. And I said, "Where is platform 1? And he pointed and said, "Through the underpass and up the stairs, you'll see the signs." And underpass meant tunnel, because I could see where he was pointing. So I went out of the ticket office, But it wasn't like a computer game at all, because I was in the middle of it, and it was like all the signs were shouting in my head, and someone bumped into me as they walked past, and I made a noise like a dog barking to scare them off. And I pictured in my head a big red line across the floor, which started at my feet and went through the tunnel. And I started walking along the red line saying, left, right, left, right, left, right. Because sometimes when I'm frightened or angry, it helps if I do something that has a rhythm to it, like music or drumming, which is something Siobhan taught me to do. And I went up the stairs and I saw a sign saying, Platform 1. And the arrow was pointing at a glass door, so I went through it. And someone bumped into me again with a suitcase, and I made another noise like a dog barking. And they said, watch where the hell you're going. But I pretended that they were just one of the guarding demons in Train to London. And there was a train. And I saw a man with a newspaper and a bag of golf clubs go up to one of the doors of the train and press a big button next to it. And the doors were electronic, and they slid open. And I liked that. And then the doors closed behind him. And then I looked at my watch, and 3 minutes had gone past since I was at the ticket office, which meant that the train would be going in 2 minutes. And then I went up to the door, and I pressed the big button, and the doors slid open, and I stepped through the doors. And I was on the train to London. Chapter 193. When I used to play with my train set, I made a train timetable because I like timetables. And I like timetables because I like to know when everything's going to happen. And this was my timetable when I lived at home with Father, and I thought that Mother was dead from a heart attack. This was the timetable for a Monday, and also it's an approximation. 7:20 a.m. Wake up. 7:25 a.m. Clean teeth and wash face. 7:30 a.m. Give Toby food and water. 7:40 a.m. Have breakfast. 8 a.m. Put school clothes on. 8:05 a.m. Pack school bag. 8:10 a.m. Read book or watch video. 8:32 a.m. Catch bus to school. 8:43 a.m. Go past tropical fish shop. 8:51 a.m. Arrive at school. 9 a.m. School assembly. 9:15 a.m. First morning class. 10:30 a.m. Break. 10:50 a.m. Art class with Mrs. Peters. In the art class we do art, but in the first morning class and the first afternoon class and the second afternoon class we do lots of different things, like reading and tests and social skills and looking after animals and what we did at the weekend and writing and maths and stranger danger and money and personal hygiene. 12:30 p.m. Lunch. 1 p.m. First afternoon class. 2:15 p.m. Second afternoon class. 3:30 p.m. Catch school bus home. 3:49 p.m. Get off school bus at home. 3:50 p.m. Have juice and snack. 3:55 p.m. Give Toby food and water. 4 p.m. Take Toby out of his cage. 4:18 p.m. Put Toby into his cage. 4:20 p.m. Watch television or a video. 5 p.m. Read a book. 6 p.m. Have tea. 6:30 p.m. Watch television or a video. 7 p.m. Do maths practice. 8 p.m. Have a bath. 8:15 p.m. Get changed into pajamas. 8:20 p.m. Play computer games. 9 p.m. Watch television or a video. 9:20 p.m. Have juice and a snack. 9:30 p.m. Go to bed. And at the weekend, I make up my own timetable, and I write it down on a piece of cardboard, and I put it up on the wall. And it says things like, feed Toby, or do maths, or go to the shop to buy sweets. And that's one of the other reasons why I don't like France, because when people are on holiday, they don't have a timetable. And I had to get Mother and Father to tell me every morning exactly what we were going to do that day to make me feel better. Because time is not like space. And when you put something down somewhere, like a protractor or a biscuit, you can have a map in your head to tell you where you've left it, But even if you don't have a map, it will still be there, because a map is a representation of things that actually exist, so you can find the protractor or biscuit again. And a timetable is a map of time, except that if you don't have a timetable, time's not there like the landing and the garden and the route to school, because time is only the relationship between the way different things change, like the earth going round the sun, and atoms vibrating and clocks ticking, and day and night and waking up and going to sleep. And it's like west or north-northeast, which won't exist when the earth stops existing and falls into the sun, because it's only a relationship between the North Pole and the South Pole and everywhere else, like Mogadishu and Sunderland and Canberra. And it isn't a fixed relationship, like the relationship between our house and Mrs. Shear's house, or like the relationship between 7 and 865, but it depends on how fast you're going relative to a specific point. And if you go off in a spaceship and you travel near the speed of light, you may come back and find that all your family is dead, and you're still young, and it'll be the future, but your clock will say that you've only been away for a few days or months. And because nothing can travel faster than the speed of light, this means that we can only know about a fraction of the things that go on in the universe. And this means that time is a mystery, and not even a thing. And no one has ever solved the puzzle of what time is exactly. And so, if you get lost in time, it's like being lost in a desert, except that you can't see the desert because it's not like time. Or you don't get lost in time. Chapter 197. There are lots of people on the train, and I didn't like that, because I don't like lots of people I don't know, and I hate it even more if I'm stuck in a room with lots of people I don't know. And a train is like a room, and you can't get out of it when it's moving. And it made me think of when I had to come home in the car from school one day, because the bus had broken down, and Mother came and picked me up. And Mrs. Peters asked Mother if she could take Jack and Polly home, because their mothers couldn't come and pick them up. And Mother said yes. But I started screaming in the car because there were too many people in it, and Jack and Polly weren't in my class, and Jack bangs his head on things and makes a noise like an animal. And I tried to get out of the car, but it was still going along, and I fell out onto the road, and I had to have stitches in my head, and they had to shave the hair off, and it took 3 months for it to grow back to the way it was before. So I stood very still in the train carriage and didn't move. And then I heard someone say, "Christopher." And I thought it would be someone I knew, like a teacher from school, or one of the people who live in our street, but it wasn't. It was the policeman again. And he said, "Caught you just in time." And he was breathing really loud and holding his knees. And I didn't say anything. And he said, "We've got your father at the police station." And I thought he was going to say that they had arrested Father for killing Wellington, but he didn't. He said, "He's looking for you." And I said, "I know." And he said, "So why are you going to London?" And I said, "Because I'm going to live with Mother." And he said, "Well, I think your father might have something to say about that." And then I thought that he was going to take me back to Father, and that was frightening, because he was a policeman, and policemen are meant to be good. So I started to run away, but he grabbed me, and I screamed, and then he let go. And he said, "Okay, let's not get overexcited here." And then he said, "I'm going to take you back to the police station, and you and me and your dad can sit down and have a little chat about who's going where." And I said, "I'm going to live with Mother in London." And he said, "Not just yet, you're not." And I said, "Have you arrested Father?" And he said, "Arrested him? What for?" And I said, "He killed a dog with a garden fork. The dog was called Wellington." And the policeman said, "Did he now?" And I said, "Yes, he did." And he said, "Well, we can talk about that as well." And then he said, "Right, young man, I think you've done enough adventuring for one day." And then he reached out to touch me again, and I started to scream again, and he said, "Now listen, you little monkey, You can either do what I say, or I'm going to have to make... And then the train jiggled, and it began to move. And then the policeman said, "Shitting fuck." And then he looked at the ceiling of the train, and he put his hands together in front of his mouth, like people do when they're praying to God in heaven. And he breathed really loudly into his hands, and he made a whistling noise. And then he stopped, because the train jiggled again, and he had to grab hold of one of the straps which was hanging from the ceiling. And then he said, "Don't move." And then he took out his walkie-talkie and pressed a button and said, "Rob?" "Yeah, it's Nigel." "I'm stuck on the bloody train." "Yeah, don't even... Look, it stops at Didcot Parkway. So if you can get someone to meet me with a car..." "Cheers. Tell his old man we've got him, but it's going to take a while, okay?" "Great." And then he clicked his walkie-talkie off, and he said, "Let's get ourselves a seat." And he pointed to two long seats nearby, which faced each other, and he said, "Park yourself, and no monkey business." And the people who were sitting on the seats got up and walked away, because he was a policeman, and we sat down facing one another. And he said, "You're a bloody handful, you are, jeez." And I wondered whether the policeman would help me find 451C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG. And I looked out of the window, and we were going past factories and scrapyards full of old cars, and there were 4 caravans in a muddy field with 2 dogs and some clothes hanging up to dry. And outside the window was like a map, except that it was in 3 dimensions and it was life-size, because it was the thing it was a map of. And there were so many things it made my head hurt. So I closed my eyes, and then I opened them again, because it was like flying, but nearer to the ground. And I think flying is good. And then the countryside started, and there were fields and cows and horses, and a bridge and a farm and more houses, and lots of little roads with cars on. And that made me think that there must be millions of miles of train track in the world, and they all go past houses and roads and rivers and fields. And that made me think how many people must be in the world, and they all have houses and roads to travel on, and cars and pets and clothes, and they all eat lunch and go to bed and have names. And this made my head hurt too, so I closed my eyes again and did counting and groaning. And when I opened my eyes, the policeman was reading a newspaper called The Sun, and on the front of the paper it said, £3 million Anderson's call girl shame. And it had a picture of a man and a picture of a lady in a bra underneath. And then I did some maths practice in my head, solving quadratic equations. And then I wanted to go for a wee, but I was on a train. And I didn't know how long it would take us to get to London, and I felt a panic starting. And I started to tap a rhythm on the glass with my knuckles to help me wait and not think about wanting to go for a wee. And I looked at my watch, and I waited for 17 minutes. But when I want to go for a wee, I have to go really quickly, which is why I like to be at home or at school. And I always go for a wee before I get on the bus, which is why I leaked a bit and wet my trousers. And the policeman looked across at me and said, "Oh, Christ, you've..." And then he put his newspaper down and said, "For God's sake, go to the bloody toilet, will you?" And I said, "But I'm on a train." And he said, "They do have toilets on trains, you know." And I said, "Where is the toilet on the train?" And he pointed and said, "Through those doors there. But I'll be keeping an eye on you, understand?" And I said, "No," because I knew what keeping an eye on someone meant, but he couldn't look at me when I was in the toilet. And he said, "Just go to the bloody toilet." So I got up out of my seat, and I closed my eyes so that my eyelids were just little slits so I couldn't see the other people on the train. And I walked to the door, and when I got through the door, there was another door on the right, and it was half open, and it said toilet on it, so I went inside. And it was horrible inside, because there was poo on the seat of the toilet, and it smelt of poo, like the toilet at school when Joseph has been for a poo on his own because he plays with it. And I didn't want to use the toilet because of the poo, which was the poo of people I didn't know, and brown, but I had to because I really wanted to wee. So I closed my eyes and went for a wee, and the train wobbled, and lots went on the seat and on the floor, but I wiped my penis with toilet paper and flushed the toilet. And then I tried to use the sink, but the tap didn't work, so I put spit on my hands and wiped them with a paper tissue and put it into the toilet. Then I went out of the toilet, and I saw that opposite the toilet there were 2 shelves with cases and a rucksack on them. And it made me think of the airing cupboard at home, and how I climb in there sometimes, and it makes me feel safe. So I climbed onto the middle shelf, and I pulled one of the cases across like a door so that I was shut in. And it was dark, and there was no one in there with me, and I couldn't hear people talking, so I felt much calmer, and it was nice. And I did some more quadratic equations, and I made some of the coefficients large so that they were hard to solve. And then the train started to slow down, and someone came and stood near the shelf and knocked on the door of the toilet, and it was the policeman, and he said, "Christopher! Christopher!" And then he opened the door of the toilet and said, "Bloody on it. The way it train. I wondered if it was luck. Moved because I didn't want the policeman to find me. And then a lady, bees and flowers made of wood, came and took the shelf over my head. Living anything. And then she said, "I think someone's out there on the platform looking for you." But I carried on, not saying anything. And she said, "Well, it's your lookout." And she went away. And then 3 other people walked past, and one of them was a black man in a long white dress, and he put a big parcel on the shelf above my head, but he didn't see me. And then the train started going again. Chapter 199. People believe in God because the world is very complicated, and they think it's very unlikely that anything as complicated as a flying squirrel or the human eye or a brain could happen by chance. But they should think logically, and if they thought logically, they'd see that they can only ask this question because it's already happened and they exist. And there are billions of planets where there is no life, but there's no one on those planets with brains to notice. And it's like if everyone in the world was tossing coins, eventually someone would get 5,698 heads in a row, and they'd think they were very special. But they wouldn't be, because there would be millions of people who didn't get 5,698 heads. And there's life on Earth because of an accident. But it's a very special kind of accident. And for this accident to happen in this special way, there have to be 3 conditions. And these are: 1. Things have to make copies of themselves. This is called replication. 2. They have to make small mistakes when they do this. This is called mutation. 3. These mistakes have to be the same in their copies. This is called heritability. And these conditions are very rare, but they are possible, and they cause life. And it just happens. But it doesn't have to end up with rhinoceroses and human beings and whales. It could end up with anything. And, for example, some people say, how can an eye happen by accident? Because an eye has to evolve from something else very like an eye, and it doesn't just happen because of a genetic mistake. And what is the use of half an eye? But half an eye is very useful, because half an eye means that an animal can see half of an animal that wants to eat it and get out of the way, and it'll eat the animal that only has a third of an eye, or 49% of an eye instead, because it hasn't got out of the way quick enough, and the animal that is eaten won't have babies because it's dead. And people who believe in God think God has put human beings on the earth, because they think human beings are the best animal. But human beings are just an animal, and they'll evolve into another animal. And that animal will be cleverer, and it will put human beings into a zoo, like we put chimpanzees and gorillas into a zoo. Or human beings will all catch a disease and die out, or they will make too much pollution and kill themselves, and then there will only be insects in the world, and they will be the best animal. Chapter 211. Then I wondered whether I should have got off the train because it had just stopped at London, and I was scared because if the train went anywhere else, it would be somewhere where I didn't know anybody. And then somebody went to the toilet, and then they came out again, but they didn't see me, and I could smell their poo, and it was different from the smell of the poo that I smelt in the toilet when I went in there. And then I closed my eyes, and I did some more maths puzzles, so I didn't think about where I was going. And then the train stopped again, and I thought about getting off the shelf and going to get my bag and get off the train, but I didn't want to be found by the policeman and be taken to father, so I stayed on the shelf and didn't move, and no one saw me this time. And then I remembered that there was a map on the wall of one of the classrooms at school, and it was a map of England and Scotland and Wales, and it showed you where all the towns were, and I pictured it in my head with Swindon and London on it. And I'd been looking at my watch since the train had started at 12:59 p.m, and the first stop had been at 1:16 p.m, which was 17 minutes later. And it was now 1:39 p.m, which was 23 minutes after the stop, which meant that we'd be at the sea if the train didn't go in a big curve. But I didn't know if it went in a big curve. And then there were another 4 stops, and 4 people came and took bags away from the shelves, and 2 people put bags on the shelves, but no one moved the big suitcase that was in front of me, and only one person saw me, and they said, "You are fucking weird, mate." And that was a man in a suit. And 6 people went to the toilet, but they didn't do poos that I could smell, which was good. And then the train stopped, and a lady with a yellow waterproof coat came and took the big suitcase away, and she said, "Have you touched this?" And I said, "Yes." And then she went away. And then a man stood next to the shelf, and he said, "Come and look at this, Barry. They've got like a train elf." And another man came and stood next to him and said, "Well, we have both been drinking." And the first man said, "Perhaps we should feed him some nuts." And the second man said, "You're the one who's bloody nuts." And the first one said, "Come on, shift it, you daft cunt. I need more beers before I sober up." And then they went away. And then the train was really quiet, and it didn't move again, and I couldn't hear anyone. So I decided to get off the shelf and go and get my bag and see if the policeman was still sitting in his seat. So I got off the shelf and I looked through the door, but the policeman wasn't there. And my bag had gone as well, which had Toby's food in it and my maths books and my clean pants and vest and shirt and the orange juice and the milk and the clementines and the custard creams and the baked beans. And then I heard the sound of feet, and I turned round, and it was another policeman, not the one who was on the train before, and I could see him through the door in the next carriage, and he was looking under the seats. And I decided that I didn't like policemen so much anymore, so I got off the train. And when I saw how big the room was that the train was in, and I heard how noisy and echoey it was, I had to kneel down on the ground for a bit because I thought I was going to fall over. And when I was kneeling on the ground, I worked out which way to walk, and I decided to walk in the direction the train was going when it came into the station, because if this was the last stop, that was the direction London was in. So I stood up, and I imagined that there was a big red line on the ground which ran parallel to the train to the gate at the far end, and I walked along it, and I said, left, right, again, like before. And when I got to the gate, a man said to me, "I think someone's looking for you, sonny." And I said, "Who's looking for me?" Because I thought it might be Mother, and the policeman in Swindon had phoned her up with the phone number I told him. But he said, "A policeman?" And I said, "I know." And he said, "Oh, right." And then he said, "You wait here then, and I'll go and tell them." And he walked back down the side of the train. So I carried on walking, and I could still feel the feeling like a balloon inside my chest, and it hurt, and I covered my ears with my hands, and and I went and stood against the wall of a little shop which said, "Hotel and Theatre Reservations. Tell 0207-402-5164 in the middle of the big room." Then I took my hands away from my ears and I groaned to block out the noise. And I looked round the big room at all the signs to see if this was London. And the signs said, "Sweet pastries, Heathrow Airport check-in here, Bagel Factory, Eat, Excellence and Taste, Wide D, Sushi, Station Link." But after a few seconds, they all got jumbled together because there were too many and my brain wasn't working properly, and this frightened me. So I closed my eyes again and I counted slowly to 50, but without doing the cubes. And I stood there and I opened my Swiss Army knife in my pocket to make me feel safe, and I held onto it tight. And then I made my hand into a little tube with my fingers, and I opened my eyes and I looked through the tube so that I was only looking at one sign at a time. And after a long time, I saw a sign that said "Information," and it was above a window on a little shop. And a man came up to me, and he was wearing a blue jacket and blue trousers, and he had brown shoes, and he was carrying a book in his hand, and he said, "You look lost." So I took out my Swiss Army knife, and he said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." And he held up both his hands with his fingers stretched out in a fan, like he wanted me to stretch my fingers out in a fan and touch his fingers because he wanted to say he loved me. But he did it with both hands, not one like father and mother, and I didn't know who he was. And then he walked away backwards. So I went to the shop that said "Information," and I could feel my heart beating very hard, and I could hear a noise like the sea in my ears. And when I got to the window, I said, "Is this London?" But there was no one behind the window. And then someone sat behind the window, and she was a lady, and she was black, and she had long fingernails which were painted pink. And I said, "Is this London?" And she said, "Sure is, honey." And I said, "Is this London?" And she said, "Indeed it is." And I said, "How do I get to 451C, Chapter Road, London, NW25NG? And she said, "Where's that?" And I said, "It's 451C, Chapter Road, London, NW25NG. And sometimes you can write it 451C, Chapter Road, Willesden, London, NW25NG. And the lady said to me, "Take the tube to Willesden Junction, honey, or Willesden Green. Got to be near there somewhere." And I said, "What sort of tube?" And she said, "Are you for real?" And I didn't say anything. And she said, "Over there. See that big staircase with the escalators? See the sign says Underground? Take the Bakerloo line to Willesden Junction, or the Jubilee to Willesden Green. You okay, honey?" And I looked where she was pointing, and there was a big staircase going down into the ground, and there was a big sign over the top of it that said Underground. And I thought, I can do this, because I was doing really well, and I was in London, and I would find my mother. And I had to think to myself, the people are like cows in a field, and I just had to look in front of me all the time and make a red line along the floor in the picture of the big room in my head and follow it. And I walked across the big room to the escalators, and I kept hold of my Swiss Army knife in my pocket, and I held onto Toby in my other pocket to make sure he didn't escape. And the escalators was a staircase, but it was moving, and people stepped onto it, and it carried them down and up. And it made me laugh because I hadn't been on one before, and it was like something in a science fiction film about the future. But I didn't want to use it, so I went down the stairs instead. And then I was in a smaller room underground, and there were lots of people, and there were pillars which had blue lights in the ground around the bottom of them, and I liked these, but I didn't like the people. So I saw a photo booth, like the one I went into on 25th March 1994 to have my passport photo done. And I went into the photo booth because it was like a cupboard, and it felt safer, and I could look out through the curtain. And I did detecting by watching, and I saw that people were putting tickets into grey gates and walking through, And some of the people were buying tickets at big black machines on the wall. And I watched 47 people do this, and I memorized what to do. Then I imagined a red line on the floor, and I walked over to the wall where there was a poster which was a list of places to go, and it was alphabetical. And I saw Willesden Green, and it said £2.20. And then I went to one of the machines, and there was a little screen which said press ticket type. And I pressed the button that most people had pressed, which was adult single, and £2.20. And the screen said insert £2.20. And I put 3 £1 coins into the slot, and there was a clinking noise, and the screen said take ticket and change. And there was a ticket in a little hole at the bottom of the machine, and a 50p coin and a 20p coin and a 10p coin. And I put the coins in my pocket, and I went up to one of the grey gates, and I put my ticket into the slot, and it sucked it in, and it came out on the other side of the gate. And someone said, "Get a move on." And I made the noise like a dog barking, and I walked forward, and the gate opened this time, and I took my ticket like other people did, and I liked the grey gate, because that was like something in a science fiction film about the future too. And then I had to work out which way to go. So I stood against a wall so people didn't touch me, and there was a sign for Bakerloo Line and District and Circle Line, but not one for Jubilee Line, like the lady had said. So I made a plan, and it was to go to Willesden Junction on the Bakerloo Line. And there was another sign for the Bakerloo Line, and I read all the words, and I found Willesden Junction, so I followed the arrow, and I went through the left-hand tunnel, and there was a fence down the middle of the tunnel, and the people were walking straight ahead on the left and coming the other way on the right, like on a road. So I walked along the left, and the tunnel curved left. Then there were more gates, and a sign that said Bakerloo Line, and it pointed down an escalator. So I had to go down the escalators, and I had to hold onto the rubber rail, but that moved too, so I didn't fall over. And people were standing close to me, and I wanted to hit them to make them go away, but I didn't hit them because of the caution. And then I was at the bottom of the escalators, and I had to jump off, and I tripped and bumped into someone, and they said, "Easy." And there were 2 ways to go, and one said northbound, and I went that way because Willesden was on the top half of the map, and the top is always north on maps. And then I was in another train station, but it was tiny, and it was in a tunnel, and there was only one track, and the walls were curved, and they were covered in big adverts, and they said, "Way Out," and "London's Transport Museum," and "Take time out to regret your career choice," and "Jamaica," and "British Rail," and "No smoking," and "Be moved," and "Be moved," and "Be moved," and "For stations beyond Queen's Park, take the first train and change at Queen's Park if necessary," and "Hammersmith and City Line," and "You're closer than my family ever gets." And there were lots of people standing in the little station, and it was underground, so there weren't any windows, and I didn't like that, so I found a seat which was a bench, and I sat at the end of the bench. And then lots of people started coming into the little station, and someone sat down on the other end of the bench, and it was a lady who had a black briefcase and purple shoes and a brooch shaped like a parrot. And the people kept coming into the little station so that it was even more crowded than the big station. And then I couldn't see the walls anymore, and the back of someone's jacket touched my knee, and I felt sick, and I started groaning really loudly, and the lady on the bench stood up, and no one else sat down. And I felt like I felt when I had the flu, and I had to stay in bed all day, and all of me hurt, and I couldn't walk or eat or go to sleep or do maths. And then there was a sound like people fighting with swords, and I could feel a strong wind, and a roaring started, and I closed my eyes, and the roaring got louder, and I groaned really loudly, but I couldn't block it out of my ears, and I thought the little station was going to collapse, or there was a big fire somewhere, and I was going to die. And then the roaring turned into a clattering and a squealing, and it got slowly quieter, and then it stopped, and I kept my eyes closed because I felt safer not seeing what was happening. And then I could hear people moving again because it was quieter, and I opened my eyes. I couldn't see anything at first because there were too many people, and then I saw that they were getting onto a train that wasn't there before, and it was the train which was the roaring. and there was sweat running down my face from under my hair, and I was moaning, not groaning, but different, like a dog when it's hurt its paw, and I heard the sound, but I didn't realise it was me at first. And then the train doors closed, and the train started moving, and it roared again, but not as loud this time, and 5 carriages went past, and it went into the tunnel at the end of the little station, and it was quiet again, and the people were all walking into the tunnels that went out of the little station. And I was shaking, and I wanted to be back at home, and then I realised I couldn't be at home because Father was there, and he told a lie, and he killed Wellington, which meant that it wasn't my home anymore. My home was 451C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG, and it scared me. Having a wrong thought, like I wish I was back at home again, because it meant my mind wasn't working properly. And then more people came into the little station, and it became fuller, and then the roaring began again, and I closed my eyes, and I sweated and felt sick, and I felt the feeling like a balloon inside my chest, and it was so big I found it hard to breathe. And then the people went away on the train, and the little station was empty again. And then it filled up with people, and another train came with the same roaring. And it was exactly like having flu that time, because I wanted it to stop, like you can just pull the plug of a computer out of the wall if it crashes, because I wanted to go to sleep so that I wouldn't have to think, because the only thing I could think was how much it hurt, because there was no room for anything else in my head. But I couldn't go to sleep. And I just had to sit there, and there was nothing to do except to wait and to hurt.
This ends Disc 4. The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime, Disc 5.
Chapter 223. And this is another description, because Siobhan said I should do descriptions, and it's a description of the advert that was on the wall of the little train station opposite me, but I can't remember all of it because I thought I was going to die. And the advert said, "Dream Holiday. Think Kuoni in Malaysia." And behind the writing there was a big photograph of 2 orangutans, and they were swinging on branches, and there were trees behind them, but the leaves were blurred because the camera was focusing on the orangutans and not the leaves, and the orangutans were moving. An orangutan comes from the Malaysian word orang hutan, which means man of the woods. And adverts are pictures or television programs to make you buy things like cars or Snickers, or use an internet service provider. But this was an advert to make you go to Malaysia on a holiday. And Malaysia is in Southeast Asia, and it's made up of Peninsular Malaysia, and Sabah, and Sarawak, and Labuan, and the capital is Kuala Lumpur, and the highest mountain is Mount Kinabalu, which is 4,101 meters high. But that wasn't on the advert. And Siobhan says people go on holidays to see new things and relax. But it wouldn't make me relaxed, and you can see new things by looking at Earth under a microscope, or drawing the shape of the solid made when 3 circular rods of equal thickness intersect at right angles. And I think that there are so many things just in one house that it would take years to think about all of them properly. And also, a thing is interesting because of thinking about it, and not because of it being new. For example, Siobhan showed me that you can wet your finger and rub the edge of a thin glass and make a singing noise. And you can put different amounts of water in different glasses, and they make different notes, because they have what are called different resonant frequencies, and you can play a tune like 3 Blind Mice. And lots of people have thin glasses in their houses, and they don't know you can do this. And the advert said, Malaysia, truly Asia. Stimulated by the sights and smells, you realize that you have arrived in a land of contrasts. You seek out the traditional, the natural, and the cosmopolitan. Your memories stretch from city days to nature reserves to lazy hours on the beach. Prices from £575 per person. call us on 01306 747 000, see your travel agent, or visit the world at www.kuoni.co.uk. A world of difference. And there were 3 other pictures, and they were very small, and they were a palace and a beach and a palace. Chapter 227. And I kept my eyes closed and didn't look at my watch at all, and the trains coming in and out of the station were in a rhythm, like music or drumming, and it was like counting and saying left, right, left, right, which Siobhan taught me to do to make myself calm. And I was saying in my head, train coming, train stopped, train going, silence, train coming, train stopped, train going, as if the trains were only in my mind. And normally I don't imagine things that aren't happening because it's a lie and it makes me feel scared. But it was better than watching the trains coming in and out of the station because that made me feel even more scared. And I didn't open my eyes and I didn't look at my watch. And it was like being in a dark room with the curtains closed so I couldn't see anything, like when you wake up at night and the only sounds you hear are the sounds inside your head. And that made it better, because it was like the little station wasn't there, outside my head, but I was in bed and I was safe. And then the silences between the trains coming and going got longer and longer. And I could hear that there were fewer people in the little station when the train wasn't there. So I opened my eyes and I looked at my watch and it said 8:07 p.m. And I had been sitting on the bench for approximately 5 hours, but it hadn't seemed like approximately 5 hours, except that my bottom hurt and I was hungry and thirsty. And then I realised that Toby was missing, because he wasn't in my pocket. And I didn't want him to be missing, because we weren't in Father's house or Mother's house, and there wasn't anyone to feed him in the little station, and he'd die, and he might get run over by a train. And then I looked up at the ceiling, and I saw that there was a long black box which was a sign, and it said, 1. Harrow and Wealdstone, 2 minutes. 3. Queen's Park, 7 minutes. And then the bottom line scrolled up and disappeared, and a different line scrolled up into its place, and the sign said, 1. Harrow and Wealdstone, 1 minute. 2. Willesden Junction, 4 minutes. And then it changed again, and it said, 1. Harrow and Wealdstone. Stand back, train approaching. And then I heard the sound like sword fighting, and the roaring of a train coming into the station, and I worked out that there was a big computer somewhere, and it knew where all the trains were, and it sent messages to the black boxes in the little stations to say when the trains were coming. And that made me feel better, because everything had an order and a plan. And then the train came into the little station, and it stopped, and 5 people got onto the train, and another person ran into the little station and got on, and 7 people got off the train, and then the doors closed automatically, and the train went away. And when the next train came, I wasn't so scared anymore, because the sign said, train approaching, so I knew it was going to happen. And then I decided that I'd look for Toby, because there were only 3 people in the little station. So I stood up, and I looked up and down the little station, and in the doorways that went into the tunnels, but I couldn't see him anywhere. And then I looked down into the black lower down bit where the rails were. And then I saw 2 mice, and they were black because they were covered in dirt. And I liked that, because I like mice and rats, but they weren't Toby, so I carried on looking. And then I saw Toby, and he was also in the lower down bit where the rails were, and I knew he was Toby, because he was white, and he had a brown egg shape on his back. So I climbed down off the concrete, and he was eating a bit of rubbish that was an old sweet paper, and someone shouted, "Jesus, what are you doing?" And I bent down to catch Toby, but he ran off, and I walked after him, and I bent down again, and I said, "Toby, Toby, Toby," and I held out my hand so that he could smell my hand and smell that it was me. And someone said, "Get out of there, for fuck's sake!" And I looked up, and it was a man who was wearing a green raincoat, and he had black shoes, and his socks were showing, and they were grey with little diamond patterns on them. And I said, "Toby! Toby!" But he ran off again. And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks tried to grab my shoulder, so I screamed. And then I heard the sound like sword fighting, and Toby started running again. But this time he ran the other way, which was past my feet, and I grabbed at him, and I caught him by the tail. And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks said, "Oh Christ, oh Christ." And then I heard the roaring, and I lifted Toby up and grabbed him with both hands, and he bit me on my thumb, and there was blood coming out, and I shouted, and Toby tried to jump out of my hands. And then the roaring got louder, and I turned round, and I saw the train coming out of the tunnel, and I was going to be run over and killed, so I tried to climb up onto the concrete, but it was high, and I was holding Toby in both my hands. And then the man with the diamond patterns on his socks grabbed hold of me and pulled me, and I screamed, but he kept pulling me, and he pulled me up onto the concrete, and we fell over, and I carried on screaming because he'd hurt my shoulder. And then the train came into the station, and I stood up, and I ran to the bench again, and I put Toby into the pocket inside my jacket, and he went very quiet, and he didn't move. And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks was standing next to me, and he said, "What the fuck do you think you were playing at?" But I didn't say anything. And he said, "What were you doing?" And the doors of the train opened, and people got off, and there was a lady standing behind the man with the diamond patterns on his socks, and she was carrying a guitar case like Siobhan has. And I said, "I was finding Toby. He's my pet rat." And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks said, "Fucking Nora." And the lady with the guitar case said, "Is he okay?" And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks said, "Him? Thanks a fucking bundle. Jesus Christ, a pet rat. Oh shit, my train." And then he ran to the train, and he banged on the door, which was closed, and the train started to go away, and he said, "Fuck." And the lady said, "Are you okay?" And she touched my arm, so I screamed again. And she said, "Okay, okay, okay." And there was a sticker on her guitar case, and it said, "Howl Records." And I was sitting on the ground, and the woman knelt down on one knee, and she said, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" And if she was a teacher at school, I could have said, "Where is 451C, Chapter Road, Willesden, London, NW25NG? But she was a stranger. So I said, "Stand further away," because I didn't like her being so close. And I said, "I've got a Swiss Army knife, and it has a saw blade, and it could cut someone's fingers off." And she said, "Okay, buddy, I'm going to take that as a no." And she stood up and walked away. And the man with the diamond patterns on his socks said, "Mad as a fucking hatter. Jesus." And he was pressing a handkerchief against his face, and there was blood on the handkerchief. And then another train came, and the man with the diamond patterns on his socks and the lady with the guitar case got on, and it went away again. And then 8 more trains came, and I decided that I'd get onto a train, and then I'd work out what to do. So I got on the next train. And Toby tried to get out of my pocket, so I took hold of him, and I put him in my outside pocket, and I held him with my hand. And there were 11 people in the carriage, and I didn't like being in a room with 11 people in a tunnel, so I concentrated on things in the carriage. And there were signs saying, "There are 53,963 holiday cottages in Scandinavia and Germany," and "Vitibiotics," and 3435, and "Penalty, £10 if you fail to show a valid ticket for your entire journey," and "Discover gold, then bronze," and "TVIC," and "EPBIC," and "Suck my cock," and "Obstructing the doors can be dangerous," and "BRV," and "Con IC," and "Talk to the world." And there was a pattern on the walls, and there was a pattern on the seats. Then the train wobbled a lot, and I had to hang on to a rail, and we went into a tunnel, and it was noisy, and I closed my eyes, and I could feel the blood pumping in the sides of my neck. And then we came out of the tunnel, and we went into a little station, and it was called Warwick Avenue, and it said it in big letters on the wall, and I liked that because you knew where you were. And I timed the distance between stations all the way to Willesden Junction, and all the times between stations were multiples of 15 seconds, like this. Paddington, 0. Warwick Avenue, 1 minute 30. Maida Vale, 3 minutes 15. Kilburn Park, 5 minutes. Queen's Park, 7 minutes. Kensal Green, 10 minutes 30 seconds. Willesden Junction, 11 minutes 45 seconds. And when the train stopped at Willesden Junction and the doors opened automatically, I walked out of the train. And then the doors closed and the train went away. And everyone who got off the train walked up a staircase and over a bridge, except me. And then there were only 2 people that I could see, and one was a man, and he was drunk, and he had brown stains on his coat, and his shoes were not a pair, and he was singing, but I couldn't hear what he was singing. And the other was an Indian man in a shop, which was a little window in a wall. And I didn't want to talk to either of them, because I was tired and hungry, and I'd already talked to lots of strangers, which is dangerous. And the more you do something dangerous, the more likely it is that something bad happens. But I didn't know how to get to 451C Chapter Road, London NW25NG, so I had to ask somebody. So I went up to the man in the little shop, and I said, "Where is 451C Chapter Road, London NW25NG? And he picked up a little book and handed it to me and said, 295. And the book was called London AZ Street Atlas and Index Geographers A to Z Map Company. And I opened it up, and it was lots of maps. And the man in the little shop said, "Are you going to buy it or not?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "Well, you can get your dirty fingers off it if you don't mind." And he took it back from me. And I said, "Where is 451C Chapter Road, London NW25NG? And he said, "You can either buy the A to Z or you can hop it. I'm not a walking encyclopedia." And I said, "Is that the A to Z?" And I pointed at the book. And he said, "No, it's a sodding crocodile." And I said, "Is that the A to Z?" Because it wasn't a crocodile, and I thought I had heard wrongly because of his accent. And he said, "Yes, it's the A to Z." And I said, "That's all we need." Accent. And he said, "Yes, it's the A to Z." And I said, "Can I buy it?" And he didn't say anything. And I said, "Can I buy it?" And he said, £2.95, but you're giving me the money first. I'm not having you scarpering. And then I realized that he meant £2.95 when he said £2.95. And I paid him £2.95 with my money, and he gave me change, just like in the shop at home. And I went and sat down on the floor against the wall, like the man with the dirty clothes, but a long way away from him, and I opened up the book. And inside the front cover, there was a big map of London with places on it like Abbey Wood and Poplar and Acton and Stanmore. And it said, "Key to Map Pages." And the map was covered with a grid, and each square of the grid had 2 numbers on it. And Willesden was in the square which said 42 and 43. And I worked out that the numbers were the numbers of the pages where you could see a bigger scale map of that square of London. And the whole book was a big map of London, but it had been chopped up so it could be made into a book. And I liked that. But Willesden Junction wasn't on pages 42 and 43, and I found it on page 58, which was directly under page 42 on the Key to Map Pages, and which joined up with page 42. And I looked round Willesden Junction in a spiral, like when I was looking for the train station in Swindon, but on the map with my finger. And the man who had the shoes that didn't match stood in front of me and said, "Big cheese. Oh yes, the nurses, never. Bloody liar. Total bloody liar." Then he went away. And it took me a long time to find Chapter Road, because it wasn't on page 58. It was back on page 42, and it was in square 5C. And from the shape of the roads between Willesden Junction and Chapter Road, I devised a route. So I went up the staircase and over the bridge, and I put my ticket in the little grey gate and went into the street, and there was a bus and a big machine with a sign on it which said English, Welsh and Scottish Railways, but it was yellow. And I looked around, and it was dark, and there were lots of bright lights, and I hadn't been outside for a long time, and it made me feel sick. And I kept my eyelids very close together, and I just looked at the shape of the roads, and then I knew which roads were Station Approach and Oak Lane, which were the roads I had to go along. So I started walking. But Siobhan said I didn't have to describe everything that happened, I just have to describe the things that were interesting. So I got to 451C Chapter Road, London NW2 5NG, and it took me 27 minutes. And there was no one in when I pressed the button that said Flat C, and the only interesting thing that happened on the way was 8 men dressed up in Viking costumes, with helmets with horns on, and they were shouting, but they weren't real Vikings, because the Vikings lived nearly 2,000 years ago, and also I had to go for another wee, and I went into the alleyway down the side of a garage called Burdett Motors, which was closed, and I didn't like doing that, but I didn't want to wet myself again. And there was nothing else interesting. So I decided to wait, and I hoped that Mother wasn't on holiday, because that would mean she could be away for more than a whole week. But I tried not to think about this, because I couldn't go back to Swindon. So I sat down on the ground behind the dustbins in a little garden that was in front of 451C Chapter Road, London NW2 5NG, and it was under a big bush. And a lady came into the garden, and she was carrying a little box with a metal grill on one end and a handle on the top, like you used to take a cat to the vet. But I couldn't see if there was a cat in it, and she had shoes with high heels, and she didn't see me. And then it started to rain, and I got wet, and I started shivering because I was cold. And then it was 11:32 p.m, and I heard voices of people walking along the street. And a voice said, "I don't care whether you thought it was funny or not." And it was a lady's voice. And another voice said, "Judy, look, I'm sorry, okay?" And it was a man's voice. And the other voice, which was the lady's voice, said, "Well, perhaps you should have thought about that before you made me look like a complete idiot." And the lady's voice was Mother's voice. And Mother came into the garden, and Mr. Shears was with her, and the other voice was his. So I stood up and said, "You weren't in, so I waited for you." And Mother said, "Christopher." And Mr. Shears said, "What?" And Mother put her arms around me and said, "Christopher, Christopher, Christopher." And I pushed her away because she was grabbing me and I didn't like it, and I pushed really hard and I fell over. And Mr. Shears said, "What the hell is going on?" And Mother said, "I'm so sorry, Christopher, I forgot." And I was lying on the ground, and Mother held up her right hand and spread her fingers out in a fan so that I could touch her fingers. But then I saw that Toby had escaped out of my pocket, so I had to catch him. And Mr. Shears said, "I suppose this means Ed's here." And there was a wall round the garden, so Toby couldn't get out because he was stuck in a corner, and he couldn't climb the walls fast enough. And I grabbed him and put him back in my pocket, and I said, "He's hungry. Have you got any food I can give him, and some water?" And Mother said, "Where's your father, Christopher?" And I said, "I think he's in Swindon." And Mr. Shears said, "Thank God for that." And Mother said, "But how did you get here?" And my teeth were clicking against each other because of the cold, and I couldn't stop them. And I said, "I came on the train, and it was really frightening, and I took Father's cash point card so I could get money out, and a policeman helped me. But then he wanted to take me back to Father, and he was on the train with me, but then he wasn't." And Mother said, "Christopher, you're soaking. Roger, don't just stand there." And then she said, "Oh my God, Christopher, I didn't think I'd ever... Why are you here on your own?" And Mr. Shears said, "Are you going to come in, or are you going to stay out here all night?" And I said, "I'm going to live with you, because Father killed Wellington with a garden fork, and I'm frightened of him." And Mr. Shears said, "Jumpin' Jack Christ." And Mother said, "Roger, please. Come on, Christopher. let's go inside and get you dried off. So I stood up and I went inside the house, and Mother said, you follow Roger. And I followed Mr. Shears up the stairs, and there was a landing and a door which said Flat C, and I was scared of going inside because I didn't know what was inside. And Mother said, go on or you'll catch your death. But I didn't know what you'll catch your death meant, and I went inside. And then she said, I'll run you a bath. And I walked round the flat to make a map of it in my head so I felt safer. And then Mother made me take my clothes off and get into the bath, and she said I could use her towel, which was purple with green flowers on the end. And she gave Toby a saucer of water and some bran flakes, and I let him run round the bathroom. And he did 3 little poos under the sink, and I picked them up and flushed them down the toilet, and then I got back into the bath again because it was warm and nice. Then Mother came into the bathroom, and she sat on the toilet, and she said, are you okay, Christopher? And I said, I'm very tired. And she said, I know, love. And then she said, you're very brave. And I said, yes. And she said, you never wrote to me. And I said, I know. And she said, why didn't you write to me, Christopher? I wrote you all those letters. I kept thinking something dreadful had happened, or you'd move away and I'd never find out where you were. And I said, Father said you were dead. And she said, what? And I said, he said you went into hospital because you had something wrong with your heart. And then you had a heart attack and died, and he kept all the letters in a shirt box in the cupboard in his bedroom, and I found them because I was looking for a book I was writing about Wellington being killed, and he'd taken it away from me and hidden it in the shirt box. And then Mother said, oh my God! And then she didn't say anything for a long while, and then she made a loud wailing noise, like an animal on a nature program on television. And I didn't like her doing this because it was a loud noise, and I said, why are you doing that? And she didn't say anything for a while, and then she said, oh, Christopher, I'm so sorry. And I said, it's not your fault. And then she said, bastard. The bastard. And then after a while, she said, Christopher, let me hold your hand. Just for once, just for me, will you? I won't hold it hard. And she held out her hand. And I said, I don't like people holding my hand. And she took her hand back, and she said, no. Okay, that's okay. And then she said, let's get you out of the bath and dried off, okay? And I got out of the bath and dried myself with the purple towel. But I didn't have any pyjamas, so I put on a white t-shirt and a pair of yellow shorts, which were Mother's, but I didn't mind because I was so tired. And while I was doing this, Mother went into the kitchen and heated up some tomato soup because it was red. And then I heard someone opening the door of the flat, and there was a strange man's voice outside, so I locked the bathroom door. And there was an argument outside, and a man said, I need to speak to him. And Mother said, he's been through enough today already. And the man said, I know, but I still need to speak to him. And Mother knocked on the door and said a policeman wanted to talk to me and I had to open the door. And she said she wouldn't let him take me away, and she promised. So I picked Toby up and opened the door. And there was a policeman outside the door, and he said, are you Christopher Boone? And I said I was. And he said, your father says you've run away, is that right? And I said, yes. And he said, is this your mother? And he pointed at Mother. And I said, yes. And he said, why did you run away? And I said, because Father killed Wellington, who's a dog, and I was frightened of him. And he said, so I've been told. And then he said, do you want to go back to Swindon to your father, or do you want to stay here? And I said, I want to stay here. And he said, and how do you feel about that? And I said, I want to stay here. And the policeman said, hang on, I'm asking your mother. And Mother said, He told Christopher I was dead. And the policeman said, "Okay, let's not get into an argument about who said what here. I just want to know whether..." And Mother said, "Of course he can stay." And then the policeman said, "Well, I think that probably settles it as far as I'm concerned." And I said, "Are you going to take me back to Swindon?" And he said, "No." And then I was happy because I could live with Mother. And the policeman said, "If your husband turns up and causes any trouble, just give us a ring. Otherwise, you're going to have to sort this out between yourselves." And then the policeman went away, and I had my tomato soup, and Mr. Shears stacked up some boxes in the spare room so he could put a blow-up mattress on the floor for me to sleep on, and I went to sleep. And then I woke up because there were people shouting in the flat, and it was 2:31 a.m. And one of the people was Father, and I was frightened, but there wasn't a lock on the door of the spare room. And Father shouted, "I'm talking to her whether you like it or not, and I'm not going to be told what to do by you of all people." And Mother shouted, "Roger, don't, just..." And Mr. Shears shouted, "I'm not being spoken to like that in my own home." And Father shouted, "I'll talk to you how I damn well like." And Mother shouted, "You have no right to be here." And Father shouted, "No right. No right. He's my fucking son, in case you've forgotten." And Mother shouted, "What in God's name did you think you were playing at, saying those things to him?" And Father shouted, "What was I playing at? You were the one that bloody left." And Mother shouted, "So you decided to just wipe me out of his life altogether?" And Mr. Shears shouted, "Now let's all just calm down here, shall we?" And Father shouted, "Well, isn't that what you wanted?" And Mother shouted, "I wrote to him every week. And Father shouted, "Wrote to him? What the fuck use is writing to him?" And Mr. Shears shouted, Whoa. And Father shouted, "I cooked his meals. I cleaned his clothes. I looked after him every weekend. I looked after him when he was ill. I took him to the doctor. I worried myself sick every time he wandered off somewhere at night. I went to school every time he got into a fight. And you, what? You wrote him some fucking letters." And Mother shouted, "So you thought it was okay to tell him his mother was dead?" And Mr. Shears shouted, "Now is not the time." And Father shouted, "You butt out or I'll..." And Mother shouted, "And for God's sake." And Father said, "I'm going to see him. And if you try to stop me..." And then Father came into my room. But I was holding my Swiss Army knife with the blade out in case he grabbed me. And Mother came into the room as well, and she said, "It's okay, Christopher. I won't let him do anything. You're all right." And Father bent down on his knees near the bed and said, "Christopher," but I didn't say anything. And he said, "Christopher, I'm really sorry. About everything. About Wellington, about the letters, about making you run away. I never meant... I promise I will never do anything like that again, hey? Come on, kiddo." And then he held up his right hand and spread his fingers out in a fan so that I could touch his fingers, but I didn't because I was frightened. And Father said, "Shit, Christopher, please." And there were tears dripping off his face, and no one said anything for a while. And then Mother said, "I think you should go now." But she was talking to Father, not me. And then the policeman came back because Mr. Shears had rung the police station, and he told Father to calm down, and he took him out of the flat. And Mother said, "You go back to sleep now. Everything's going to be all right. I promise." And then I went back to sleep. Chapter 229. And when I was asleep, I had one of my favourite dreams. Sometimes I have it during the day, but then it's a daydream. But I often have it at night as well. And in the dream, nearly everyone on the earth is dead because they've caught a virus. But it's not like a normal virus. It's like a computer virus. And people catch it because of the meaning of something an infected person says, and the meaning of what they do with their faces when they say it. which means that people can also get it from watching an infected person on television, which means that it spreads around the world really quickly. And when people get the virus, they just sit on the sofa and do nothing, and they don't eat or drink, and so they die. But sometimes I have different versions of the dream, like when you can see two versions of a film, the ordinary one and the director's cut, like Blade Runner. And in some versions of the dream, the virus makes them crash their cars or walk into the sea and drown or jump into rivers. And I think that this version is better because then there aren't bodies of dead people everywhere. And eventually, there's no one left in the world except people who don't look at other people's faces and who don't know what the expressions on those faces mean. And these people are all special people, like me. And they like being on their own, and I hardly ever see them because they're like okapi in the jungle in the Congo, which are a kind of antelope and are very shy and rare. And I can go anywhere in the world, and I know that no one's going to talk to me or touch me or ask me a question. But if I don't want to go anywhere, I don't have to, and I can stay at home and eat broccoli and oranges and licorice laces all the time. Or I can play computer games for a whole week, or I can just sit in the corner of the room and rub a pound coin backwards and forwards over the ripple shapes on the surface of the radiator. And I don't have to go to France. And I go out of Father's house, and I walk down the street, and it's very quiet, even though it's the middle of the day, and I can't hear any noise except birds singing and wind, and sometimes buildings falling down in the distance. And if I stand very close to traffic lights, I can hear a little click as the colours change. And I go into other people's houses and play at being a detective, and I can break the windows to get in because the people are dead and it doesn't matter. And I go into shops and take things I want, like pink biscuits, or PJ's raspberry and mango smoothie, or computer games, or books, or videos. And I take a ladder from Father's van, and I climb up onto the roof, and when I get to the edge of the roof, I put the ladder across the gap, and I climb to the next roof, because in a dream you're allowed to do anything. And then I find someone's car keys, and I get into their car, and I drive. And it doesn't matter if I bump into things, and I drive to the sea, and I park the car, and I get out, and there's rain pouring down. And I take an ice cream from a shop and eat it, and then I walk down to the beach, and the beach is covered in sand and big rocks, and there's a lighthouse on a point, but the light isn't on because the lighthouse keeper's dead. And I stand in the surf, and it comes up and over my shoes, and I don't go swimming in case there are sharks. And I stand and look at the horizon, and I take out my long metal ruler, and I hold it up against the line between the sea and the sky, and I demonstrate that the line is a curve and the earth is round. And the way the surf comes up and over my shoes and then goes down again is in a rhythm, like music or drumming. And then I get some dry clothes from the house of a family who are dead, and I go home to Father's house, except it's not Father's house anymore, it's mine. And I make myself some gobi aloo sag with red food colouring in, and some strawberry milkshake for a drink, and then I watch a video about the solar system, and I play some computer games, and I go to bed. And then the dream is finished, and I am happy. Chapter 233. The next morning, I had fried tomatoes for breakfast and a tin of green beans which Mother heated up in a saucepan. In the middle of breakfast, Mr. Shears said, "Okay, he can stay for a few days." And Mother said, "He can stay as long as he needs to stay." And Mr. Shears said, "This flat is hardly big enough for 2 people, let alone 3. And Mother said, "He can't understand what you're saying, you know." And Mr. Shears said, "What's he going to do? There's no school for him to go to. We've both got jobs. It's bloody ridiculous." And Mother said, "Roger, that's enough." And then she made me some Red Zinger herbal tea with sugar in it, but I didn't like it. And she said, "You can stay for as long as you want to stay." And after Mr. Shears had gone to work, she made a telephone call to the office and took what's called compassionate leave, which is when someone in your family dies or is ill. Then she said we had to go and buy some clothes for me to wear, and some pyjamas and a toothbrush and a flannel. So we went out of the flat and we walked to the main road, which was Hill Lane, which was the A4088, and it was really crowded. And we caught a number 266 bus to Brent Cross Shopping Centre. Except there were too many people in John Lewis, and I was frightened, and I lay down on the floor next to the wristwatches, and I screamed, and Mother had to take me home in a taxi. Then she had to go back to the shopping centre to buy me some clothes and some pyjamas and a toothbrush and a flannel. So I stayed in the spare room while she was gone, because I didn't want to be in the same room as Mr. Shears, because I was frightened of him. And when Mother got home, she brought me a glass of strawberry milkshake and showed me my new pyjamas, and the pattern on them was 5 pointed blue stars on a purple background. And I said, I have to go back to Swindon. And Mother said, Christopher, you've only just got here. And I said, I have to go back because I have to sit my maths A-level. And Mother said, You're doing maths A-level? And I said, Yes, I'm taking it on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday next week. And Mother said, God. And I said, The Reverend Peters is going to be the invigilator. And Mother said, I mean, that's really good. And I said, I'm going to get an A grade, and that's why I have to go back to Swindon, except I don't want to see Father, so I have to go to Swindon with you. Then Mother put her hands over her face and breathed out hard, and she said, I don't know whether that's going to be possible. And I said, But I have to go. And Mother said, Let's talk about this some other time, okay? And I said, Okay, but I have to go to Swindon. And she said, Christopher, please. And I drank some of my milkshake. And later on, at 10:31 p.m, I went out onto the balcony to find out whether I could see any stars, but there weren't any because of all the clouds and what's called light pollution, which is light from street lights and car headlights and floodlights and lights in buildings reflecting off tiny particles in the atmosphere and getting in the way of light from the stars. So I went back inside. But I couldn't sleep, and I got out of bed at 2:07 a.m, and I felt scared of Mr. Shears, so I went downstairs and out of the front door into Chapter Road. And there was no one in the street, and it was quieter than it was during the day, even though you could hear traffic in the distance and sirens, so it made me feel calmer. And I walked down Chapter Road and looked at all the cars and the patterns the phone wires made against the orange clouds, and the things that people had in their front gardens, like a gnome and a cooker and a tiny pond and a teddy bear. Then I heard two people coming along the road, so I crouched down between the end of a skip and a Ford Transit van, and they were talking in a language that wasn't English, but they didn't see me. And there were two tiny brass cogs in the dirty water in the gutter by my feet, like cogs from a wind-up watch. And I liked it between the skip and the Ford Transit van, so I stayed there for a long time. And I looked out at the street, and the only colours you could see were orange and black and mixtures of orange and black, and you couldn't tell what colours the cars would be during the day. And I wondered whether you could tessellate crosses, and I worked out that you could by imagining a picture in my head. And then I heard Mother's voice, and she was shouting, "Christopher! Christopher!" And she was running down the road, so I came out from between the skip and the Ford Transit van, and she ran up to me and said, "Jesus Christ!" And she stood in front of me and pointed a finger at my face and said, "If you ever do that again, I swear to God, Christopher, I love you, but I don't know what I'll do." So she made me promise never to leave the flat on my own, because it was dangerous, and because you couldn't trust people in London because they were strangers. And the next day she had to go to the shops again, and she made me promise not to answer the door if anyone rang the bell. And when she came back, she brought some food pellets for Toby and 3 Star Trek videos, and I watched them in the living room until Mr. Shears came home, and then I went into the spare room again. And I wished that 451C Chapter Road, London, NW25NG had a garden, But it didn't. And the day after that, the office where Mother worked rang and told her she couldn't come back to work because they had got someone else to do her job for her, and she was really angry, and she said that it was illegal and she was going to complain. But Mr. Shears said, "Don't be a bloody fool, it was a temporary job, for Christ's sake." And when Mother came into the spare room before I went to sleep, I said, "I have to go to Swindon to take my A-level." And she said, "Christopher, not now. I'm getting phone calls from your father threatening to take me to court. I'm getting it in the net from Roger. It is not a good time." And I said, "But I have to go because it's been arranged and the Reverend Peters is going to invigilate." And she said, "Look, it's only an exam. I can ring the school. We can get it postponed. You can take it some other time." And I said, "I can't take it another time. It's been arranged. And I've done lots of revision. And Mrs. Gascoigne said we could use a room at school." And Mother said, "Christopher, I am just about holding this together. But I am this close to losing it, all right? So just give me some..." Then she stopped talking, and she put her hand over her mouth, and she stood up and went out of the room. And I started feeling a pain in my chest like I did on the underground, because I thought I wasn't going to be able to go back to Swindon and take my A-level. And the next morning, I looked out of the window in the dining room to count the cars in the street to see whether it was going to be a quite good day or a good day or a super good day or a black day. But it wasn't like being on the bus to school, because you could look out of the window for as long as you wanted and see as many cars as you wanted. And I looked out of the window for 3 hours, and I saw 5 red cars in a row and 4 yellow cars in a row, which meant it was both a good day and a black day, so the system didn't work anymore. But if I concentrated on counting the cars, it stopped me thinking about my A-level and the pain in my chest. And in the afternoon, Mother took me to Hampstead Heath in a taxi, and we sat on top of a hill and looked at the planes coming into Heathrow Airport in the distance. And I had a red ice lolly from an ice cream van. And Mother said she had rung Mrs. Gascoigne and told her that I was going to take my maths A-levels next year. So I threw my red ice lolly away, and I screamed for a long time, and the pain in my chest hurt so much that it was hard to breathe. And a man came up and asked if I was okay, and Mother said, "Well, what does it look like to you?" And he went away. And then I was tired from screaming, and Mother took me back to the flat in another taxi. And the next morning was Saturday, and she told Mr. Shears to go out and get me some books about science and maths from the library. And they were called 100 Number Puzzles and The Origins of the Universe and Nuclear Power. But they were for children, and they weren't very good, so I didn't read them. And Mr. Shears said, "Well, it's nice to know my contribution's appreciated." And I hadn't eaten anything since I threw away the red ice lolly on Hampstead Heath, so Mother made me a chart with stars on it, like when I was very small. And she filled a measuring jug with Complan and strawberry flavouring, and I got a bronze star for drinking 200 millilitres, and a silver star for drinking 400 millilitres, and a gold star for drinking 600 millilitres. And when Mother and Mr. Shears argued, I took the little radio from the kitchen, and I went and sat in the spare room, and I tuned it halfway between 2 stations, so that all I could hear was white noise, and I turned the volume up really loud and held it against my ear, and the sound filled my head, and it hurt so that I couldn't feel any other sort of hurt, like the hurt in my chest, and I couldn't hear Mother and Mr. Shears arguing, and I couldn't think about not doing my A-level, or the fact that there wasn't a garden at 451C Chapter Road, London NW25NG, or the fact that I couldn't see the stars. And then it was Monday, and it was very late at night, and Mr. Shears came into my room and woke me up. And he'd been drinking beer, because he smelled like Father did when he'd been drinking beer with Rodri. And he said, "You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? Don't you ever think about other people for 1 second, eh? Well, I'll bet you're really pleased with yourself now, aren't you?" And then Mother came in and pulled him out of the room and said, "Christopher, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry." The next morning, after Mr. Shears had gone to work, Mother packed lots of her clothes into 2 suitcases and told me to come downstairs and bring Toby and get into the car. And she put the suitcases into the boot and we drove off. But it was Mr. Shear's car, and I said, "Are you stealing the car?" And she said, "I'm just borrowing it." And I said, "Where are you going?" And she said, "We're going home." And I said, "Do you mean home in Swindon?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Is father going to be there?" And she said, "Please, Christopher, don't give me any hassle right now, okay?" And I said, "I don't want to be with father." And she said, just, it's going to be all right, Christopher, okay? It's going to be all right." And I said, "Are we going back to Swindon so I can do my maths A-level?" And Mother said, "What?" And I said, "I'm meant to be doing my maths A-level tomorrow." And Mother spoke very slowly, and she said, "We are going back to Swindon because if we stay in London any longer, someone was going to get hurt, and I don't necessarily mean you." And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Now I need you to be quiet for a while." And I said, "How long do you want me to be quiet for?" And she said, "Jesus." And then she said, "Half an hour, Christopher. I need you to be quiet for half an hour." And we drove all the way to Swindon, and it took 3 hours 12 minutes, and we had to stop for petrol, and Mother bought me a Milky Bar, but I didn't eat it. And we got caught in a long traffic jam, which was caused by people slowing down to look at an accident on the other carriageway. And I tried to work out a formula to determine whether a traffic jam would be caused just by people slowing down, and how this was influenced by A, the density of traffic, and B, the speed of the traffic, and C, how quickly drivers braked when they saw the brake lights of the car in front coming on. But I was too tired because I hadn't slept the night before, because I was thinking about not being able to do my maths A-level. So I fell asleep. And when we got to Swindon, Mother had keys to the house, and we went in and she said, "Hello?" But there was no one there because it was 1:23 p.m. And I was frightened, but Mother said I'd be safe, so I went up to my room and closed the door. I took Toby out of my pocket, and I let him run around, and I played Minesweeper, and I did the expert version in 174 seconds, which was 75 seconds longer than my best time. And then it was 6:35 p.m, and I heard Father come home in his van, and I moved the bed up against the door so he couldn't get in, and he came into the house, and he and Mother shouted at each other. And Father shouted, "How the fuck did you get in here?" And Mother shouted, "This is my house too, in case you've forgotten." And Father shouted, "Is your fucking fancy man here as well?" And then I picked up the bongo drums that Uncle Terry had bought me, and I knelt down in the corner of the room, and I pressed my head into the join between the two walls, and I banged the drums, and I groaned, and I carried on doing this for an hour, and then Mother came into the room and said Father had gone. And she said that Father had gone to stay with Rodri for a while, and we would get a place to live of our own in the next few weeks. Then I went into the garden, and I found Toby's cage behind the shed, and I brought it inside, and I cleaned it, and put Toby back in it. And I asked Mother if I could do my maths A-level the next day. And she said, "I'm sorry, Christopher." And I said, "Can I do my maths A-level?" And she said, "You're not listening to me, are you, Christopher?" And I said, "I'm listening to you." And Mother said, "I told you. I rang your headmistress. I told her you were in London. I told her you'd do it next year." And I said, "But I'm here now, and I can take it." And Mother said, "I'm sorry, Christopher. I was trying to do things properly. I was trying not to mess things up." And my chest began hurting again, and I folded my arms, and I rocked backwards and forwards and groaned. And Mother said, "I didn't know we'd be coming back." But I carried on groaning and rocking backwards and forwards. And Mother said, "Come on, this isn't going to solve anything." Then she asked if I wanted to watch one of my Blue Planet videos about life under the Arctic ice or the migration of humpback whales. but I didn't say anything, because I knew I wasn't going to be able to do my maths A-level. And it was like pressing your thumbnail against a radiator when it's really hot and the pain starts and it makes you want to cry. And the pain keeps hurting even when you take your thumb away from the radiator. Then Mother made me some carrots and broccoli and ketchup, but I didn't eat them. And I didn't sleep that night either. The next day, Mother drove me to school in Mr. Shears' car because we missed the bus. And when we were getting into the car, Mrs. Shears came across the road and said to Mother, "You've got a fucking nerve." And Mother said, "Get into the car, Christopher." But I couldn't get into the car because the door was locked. And Mrs. Shears said, "So, has he finally dumped you too?" Then Mother opened her door and got into the car and unlocked my door, and I got in and we drove away. And when we got to school, Siobhan said, "So, you're Christopher's mother?" And Siobhan said that she was glad to see me again, and she asked if I was okay, and I said I was tired. And Mother explained that I was upset because I couldn't do my maths A-level, so I hadn't been eating properly or sleeping properly. And then Mother went away, and I drew a picture of a bus using perspective so that I didn't think about the pain in my chest. And after lunch, Siobhan said that she had spoken to Mrs. Gascoigne, and she still had my A-level papers in 3 sealed envelopes in her desk. So I asked if I could still do my A-level. And Siobhan said, "I think so. We're going to ring the Reverend Peters this afternoon and make sure he can still come in and be your invigilator. And Mrs. Gascoigne is going to write a letter to the examination board to say that you're going to take the exam after all. And hopefully they'll say that that's okay. But we can't know that for sure." Then she stopped talking for a few seconds. "I thought I should tell you now, so you could think about it." And I said, "So I could think about what?" And she said, "Is this what you want to do, Christopher?" And I thought about the question, and I wasn't sure what the answer was, because I wanted to do my maths A-level, but I was very tired. And when I tried to think about maths, my brain didn't work properly. And when I tried to remember certain facts, like the logarithmic formula for the approximate number of prime numbers not greater than x, I couldn't remember them. And this made me frightened. And Siobhan said, "You don't have to do it, Christopher. If you say you don't want to do it, no one's going to be angry with you. And it won't be wrong or illegal or stupid. It will just be what you want, and that will be fine." And I said, "I want to do it, because I don't like it when I put things in my timetable and I have to take them out again, because when I do that, it makes me feel sick." And Siobhan said, "Okay." And she rang the Reverend Peters, and he came into school at 3:27 p.m, and he said, "So, young man, are we ready to roll?" And I did paper 1 of my maths A-level, sitting in the art room. And Reverend Peters was the invigilator, and he sat at a desk while I did the exam, and he read a book called The Cost of Discipleship by Dietrich Bonhoeffer, and ate a sandwich. And in the middle of the exam, he went and smoked a cigarette outside the window, but he watched me through the window in case I cheated. And when I opened the paper and read through it, I couldn't think how to answer any of the questions, and also I couldn't breathe properly. And I wanted to hit somebody or stab them with my Swiss Army knife, but there wasn't anyone to hit or stab with my Swiss Army knife except the Reverend Peters, and he was very tall, and if I hit him or stabbed him with my Swiss Army knife, he wouldn't be my invigilator for the rest of the exam. So I took deep breaths like Siobhan said I should do when I want to hit someone in school, and I counted 50 breaths and did cubes of the cardinal numbers as I counted, like this. 1, 8, 27, etc. And that made me feel a little calmer. But the exam was 2 hours long, and 20 minutes had already gone, so I had to work really fast, and I didn't have time to check my answers properly. And that night, just after I got home, Father came back to the house, and I screamed, but Mother said she wouldn't let anything bad happen to me, and I went into the garden and lay down, and looked at the stars in the sky and made myself negligible. And when Father came out of the house, he looked at me for a long time, and then he punched the fence and made a hole in it and went away. And I slept a little bit that night because I was doing my maths A-level, and I had some spinach soup for supper. And the next day I did paper 2, and the Reverend Peters read The Cost of Discipleship by Dietrich Bonhoeffer, but this time he didn't smoke a cigarette, and Siobhan made me go into the toilets before the exam and sit on my own and do breathing and counting. And I was playing The 11th Hour on my computer that evening when a taxi stopped outside the house. Mr. Shears was in the taxi, and he got out of the taxi and threw a big cardboard box of things belonging to Mother onto the lawn. And they were a hairdryer, and some knickers, and some L'Oreal shampoo, and a box of muesli, and 2 books, Diana, Her True Story by Andrew Morton, and Rivals by Jilly Cooper, and a photograph of me in a silver frame. And the glass in the photograph frame broke when it fell onto the grass. Then he got some keys out of his pocket, and got into his car and drove away, and Mother ran out of the house, and she ran into the street and shouted, "Don't fucking bother coming back either!" And she threw the box of muesli, and it hit the boot of his car as he drove away, and Mrs. Shears was looking out of her window when Mother did this. The next day I did paper 3, and the Reverend Peters read the Daily Mail and smoked 3 cigarettes. And this was my favourite question. Prove the following result. A triangle with sides that can be written in the form n squared plus 1, n squared minus 1, and 2n, where n is greater than 1, is right-angled. Show, by means of a counterexample, that the converse is false. And I was going to write out how I answered the question, except Siobhan said that it wasn't very interesting, but I said it was. And she said people wouldn't want to read the answers to a maths question in a book, and she said I could put the answer in an appendix, which is an extra chapter at the end of a book, which people can read if they want to. And then my chest didn't hurt so much, and it was easier to breathe. But I still felt sick because I didn't know if I'd done well in the exam, and because I didn't know if the examination board would allow my paper to be considered after Mrs. Gascoigne had told them I wasn't going to take it. And it's best if you know a good thing is going to happen, like an eclipse or getting a microscope for Christmas. And it's bad if you know a bad thing is going to happen, like having a filling or going to France. But I think it's worse if you don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing which is going to happen. And Father came round to the house that night, and I was sitting on the sofa watching University Challenge and just answering the science questions. And he stood in the doorway of the living room, and he said, "Don't scream, okay, Christopher? I'm not going to hurt you." And Mother was standing behind him, so I didn't scream. Then he came a bit closer to me, and he crouched down like you do with dogs to show that you're not an aggressor, and he said, "I wanted to ask you how the exam went." But I didn't say anything. And Mother said, "Tell him, Christopher." But I still didn't say anything. And Mother said, "Please, Christopher." So I said, "I don't know if I got all the questions right, because I was really tired and I hadn't eaten any food, so I couldn't think properly." And then Father nodded, and he didn't say anything for a short while. Then he said, "Thank you." And I said, "What for?" And he said, "Just thank you." Then he said, "I'm very proud of you, Christopher. Very proud. I'm sure you did really well." And then he went away, and I watched the rest of University Challenge. And the next week, Father told Mother she had to move out of the house, but she couldn't because she didn't have any money to pay rent for a flat. And I asked if Father would be arrested and go to prison for killing Wellington, because we could live in the house if he was in prison. But Mother said the police would only arrest Father if Mrs. Shears did what's called pressing charges, which is telling the police you want them to arrest someone for a crime, because the people don't arrest people for little crimes unless you ask them, and Mother said that killing a dog was only a little crime. But then everything was okay, because Mother got a job on the till in a garden centre, and the doctor gave her pills to take every morning to stop her feeling sad, except that sometimes they made her dizzy and she fell over if she stood up too fast. So we moved into a room in a big house that was made of red bricks, and the bed was in the same room as the kitchen, and I didn't like it because it was small and the corridor was painted brown and there was a toilet and a bathroom that other people used, and Mother had to clean it before I used it or I wouldn't use it, and sometimes I wet myself because other people were in the bathroom. And the corridor outside the room smelled like gravy and the bleach they used to clean the toilets at school, and inside the room it smelled like socks and pine air freshener. And I didn't like waiting to find out about my maths A-level. And whenever I thought about the future, I couldn't see anything clearly in my head, and that made a panic start. So Siobhan said I shouldn't think about the future. She said, just think about today. Think about things that have happened, especially about good things that have happened. And one of the good things was that Mother bought me a wooden puzzle, and you had to detach the top part of the puzzle from the bottom part, and it was really difficult. And another good thing was that I helped Mother paint her room white with a hint of wheat, except I got paint in my hair, and she wanted to wash it out by rubbing shampoo on my head when I was in the bath, but I wouldn't let her. So there was paint in my hair for 5 days, and then I cut it out with a pair of scissors. But there were more bad things than good things. And one of them was that Mother didn't get back from work till 5:30 p.m., so I had to go to Father's house between 3:49 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. because I wasn't allowed to be on my own, and Mother said I didn't have a choice, so I pushed the bed against the door in case Father tried to come in. And sometimes he tried to talk to me through the door, but I didn't answer him. And sometimes I heard him sitting on the floor outside the door quietly for a long time. And another bad thing was that Toby died, because he was 2 years and 7 months, which is very old for a rat, and I said I wanted to bury him, but Mother didn't have a garden, so I buried him in a big plastic pot of earth, like a pot you put a plant in. And I said I wanted another rat, but Mother said I couldn't have one, because the room was too small. And I solved the puzzle, because I worked out that there were 2 bolts inside the puzzle, and there were 2 tunnels with metal rods in. And you had to hold the puzzle so that both rods slid to the end of their tunnels, and they weren't crossing the intersection between the 2 pieces of the puzzle, and then you could pull them apart. And Mother picked me up from Father's house one day after she had finished work, and Father said, "Christopher, can I have a talk with you?" And I said, "No." And Mother said, "It's okay, I'll be here." And I said, "I don't want to talk to Father." And Father said, "I'll do you a deal." And he was holding the kitchen timer, which is a big plastic tomato sliced through the middle, and he twisted it and it started ticking. And he said, 5 minutes, okay? That's all. Then you can go. So I sat on the sofa and he sat on the armchair and Mother was in the hallway, and Father said, "Christopher, look, things can't go on like this. I don't know about you, but this just hurts too much. You being in the house but refusing to talk to me. You have to learn to trust me, and I don't care how long it takes. If it's a minute one day, and 2 minutes the next, and 3 minutes the next, and it takes years, I don't care. Because this is important. This is more important than anything else." And then he tore a little strip of skin away from the side of the thumbnail on his left hand. And he said, Let's call it a project. A project we have to do together. You have to spend more time with me. And I have to show you that you can trust me. And it'll be difficult at first because it's a difficult project. But it'll get better. I promise. Then he rubbed the sides of his forehead with his fingertips and he said, "You don't have to say anything, not right now. You just have to think about it. And I've got your present to show you that I really mean what I say, and to say sorry. And because, well, you'll see what I mean." Then he got out of the armchair and he walked over to the kitchen door and opened it. And there was a big cardboard box on the floor, and there was a blanket in it. And he bent down and put his hands inside the box, and he took a little sandy-coloured dog out. Then he came back through, and he gave me the dog. And he said, "He's 2 months old, and he's a golden retriever." And the dog sat in my lap, and I stroked it. And no one said anything for a while. Then Father said, "Christopher, I would never, ever do anything to hurt you." Then no one said anything. Then Mother came into the room and said, "You won't be able to take him away with you, I'm afraid. The bed-sit's too small. But your father's going to look after him here, and you can come and take him out for walks whenever you want." And I said, "Does he have a name?" And Father said, "No, you can decide what to call him." And the dog chewed my finger. And then it was 5 minutes and the tomato alarm went. So Mother and I drove back to her room. And the next week there was a lightning storm, and the lightning hit a big tree in the park near Father's house and knocked it down, and men came and cut the branches up with chainsaws and carried the logs away on a lorry, and all that was left was a big black pointed stump made of carbonized wood. And I got the results of my maths A-level, and I got an A grade, which is the best result, and it made me feel happy. And I called the dog Sandy. And Father bought him a collar and a lead, and I was allowed to take him for walks to the shop and back. And I played with him with a rubber bone. And Mother got flu, and I had to spend 3 days with Father and stay in his house. But it was okay, because Sandy slept on my bed, so he'd bark if anyone came into the room during the night. And Father made a vegetable patch in the garden, and I helped him. And we planted carrots and peas and spinach, and I'm going to pick them and eat them when they're ready. And I went to a bookshop with Mother, and I bought a book called Further Maths for A-Level. And Father told Mrs. Gascoigne that I was going to take A-Level Further Maths next year, and she said okay. And I'm going to pass it and get an A grade. And in 2 years' time, I'm going to take A-Level Physics and get an A grade. And then, when I've done that, I'm going to go to university in another town. And it doesn't have to be in London, because I don't like London. And there are universities in lots of places, and not all of them are in big cities. And I can live in a flat with a garden and a proper toilet. And I can take Sandy and my books and my computer. And then I'll get a first-class honours degree. And I'll become a scientist. And I know I can do this, because I went to London on my own, and because I solved the mystery of who killed Wellington, and I found my mother, and I was brave, and I wrote a book, and that means I can do anything.
The end. You've been listening to The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime by Mark Haddon, narrated by Jeff Woodman. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Autograph Man by Zadie Smith, narrated by Stephen Crossley, and Motherless Brooklyn by Jonathan Latham, narrated by Frank Muller. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book or for a copy of our latest listing, please call us using the toll-free number found on the back of this book. You can order by phone with any major credit card or by faxing us. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse the catalog, hear about the latest releases, place orders, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews. So visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
What's that? Oh, that's my shoes.
Well, you can have it. I don't want to do it. Who's that acting?
Mom shoes. You did. I like it. That looks good. We'll put a UH on that.
How are you gonna put it on?
I mean, you don't need,
In your shoes and.
you can even print it offline and almost use it as a stencil.
Wow,
That's a good
like
idea.
a sticker. A sticker. You can put it in Lucy's sticker machine. First of all, it would end up like that big. You could put multiple inches. And then second of all, I don't have anything.
Okay. And they, so here's the stadium. They have tennis right there for the front.
Okay,
So give us a place to go sit and have a drink too.
I agree. Alright, Teddy and Lucy, laundry.
Okay.
Park right here. We walk through blocks. We may take a shuttle then. So it's all that.
Houston, though. Or let me write it in the holiday in place. What we wrote in the holiday in place challenge?
Yes.
Ooh, that was cool.
Well, I don't know if they'll have a shuttle. If they do have a shuttle, but it might be a very nice choice for us.
Is it like a Marriott or something?
It's an area.
We should stay in something. Because there's junk and not one. Oh, there's also hair on the right. Hey, we have to go upstairs.
I'm gonna use the bathroom. Mom, have any luck at the shoe store for rainy day shoes?
For us, yes, but for you.
Well, better that you guys have. Mom and I.
I got with the natty ones.
Hey.
You know the natty. I got Houston tarantula ones. It's really Spider-Man by Spider-Man. It's red, so I named it as
We'll see what the weather's like. I'm gonna get upstairs in the bathroom.
Dad, does Houston wear all red?
It depends on what game it is. Sometimes yes.
When would they?
They did in the Oklahoma game.
Do you think we
Was
should
there
spray
all-
paint the pants black
No. You should give them that.
or red?
That's not a problem. I was trying to say anything like that.
Alright, Ted, stop. Go upstairs, get your laundry, bring it down, Lucy. Are you getting laundry? Okay, and then Ted, you need to get that.
No, we don't play upstairs. Yeah. Yeah. Get it together. Come on, man.
Mom?
Can the laundry wait for me to go to the bathroom?
No, it cannot.
I have to go.
You'll live for 3 minutes. If I don't get the laundry in, it's not gonna be done. It's time for me to put it in the dryer.
all this water. And you can just do this there.
We bring it
I
up.
think that's stuff I need.
Okay, is this everything that you need for the trip?
No, you said get some water, you know. I want some water.
I don't know how much we'll have. Okay, you get the remnants.
I picked some stuff for the, which basically run around it and pick up what you brought. It goes for you just to walk on.
We'll probably have to survive the trip.
Can I put this squishy things in?
Take a shower.
I'm gonna clean up my room, get it ready,
Yep.
and then I'll turn it over, of course.
Of course. Oh my gosh, that recorder is still going. What recorder?
Damn it! Mom, now it's not this one that's your room, it's my left one.